hello there. Good, I muted everything. I wasn't certain there for a moment. I'm Carol Crafty Grandma, and today we are going to do the first of hopefully 2 Halloween projects. I have a second one that I've planned out. It's going to be placemats, and they have a spot for the silverware to be tucked in. It's really kind of cool. But this first one is a thing called radio waves. Early on when I started doing videos, sorry, having one of those throat days, I did a jelly roll project where I took jelly roll strips and just sort of put them in order across. They made a diagonal and so on and so forth. And then I saw this design called radio waves. It's what you've been looking at if you've been waiting for the video to start. And so I took my graph paper and I designed a radio wave. So radio waves kind of go up and down, and they do this. And there are 6 different colors of fabric in my Halloween jelly roll. So I divided it up, 6 or 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. If I could count, I'd be dangerous. So there's 8 different colors, and I've kind of spaced them out throughout the quilt. And then I'm going to use the orange and black and white striped fabric that I used on another quilt as the border for this. I think I used it on the fall quilt. I can't remember. It's around, no, the fall was that one. I don't remember, but I know I used it. Oh, on the bench pillow for all seasons for October, because it was more of a Halloween themed thing. I don't know what that is. Oh, already done that. I don't need that in here. I was wondering why that was in there. I couldn't figure it out. But anyway, so I looked at this and went through and said, okay, this is what I have. This is what I want. I want to make the least amount of cuts as I can. So I'm going to do that. Use the jelly roll and then use this. And again, just like we did with the other border we did, I don't know whether I'm going to do it horizontal or vertical, but I will be doing a mitered corner for the border. Because when I use striped fabric, I always do a mitered corner. I like the way it looks. When you do the flat corners, with a striped, it doesn't look right to me. But, so this is what we're going to start on. And it's nothing terribly complicated. It's a very, very easy quilt. It's something that anyone can do. The fabric I'm using doesn't even have the not perforated, the zigzag edges to it. So the stripes are going to go together very easily. So let's get started and see how far we can get today and get this quilt. I have a piece of hair hanging off of my arm. I just know I do. I can feel it. It's going to drive me crazy till I find it. Anyway, let's get started and see how far we can get today and get this put together. This is going to be bigger than I normally like to do, but it is going to be a lap quilt size. And my only reason for not liking to do the bigger ones is because I don't want to have to move my machines to give myself enough room to sew it, to quilt it. All right, so this had a rubber band on it, which I did not realize because it was underneath the ribbon. The ribbon will get tossed over there to become a cat toy. The rubber band will go in the garbage can to not become a cat toy. Rubber bands and cats are bad. Okay, so I determined in advance how much of each color I needed. And of course, in my infinite wisdom, I was not smart enough to figure out how much fabric that actually is. Well, maybe I did. 24.5 inches. 20 pieces that are 4.5 inches long. Calculator. 20 times 4.5 is 90. Yep. All right, so probably going to need 3 strips of each of the colors that I need 20 of. Probably, because I don't think these are 45 inches long. They are salvage. Oh, they're short. They're on the shorter side. So I've always told you before that fabric can range anywhere from like 40 to 45, 46 inches salvage to salvage. This is 40 because it's 20 inches folded. So it's only 40 inches long. So this is a very short, this is the shortest size I have ever seen. Not ever, I've seen others that are 40, but this is on the shorter side. So we are going to be using, because I'm going to need 90 inches of some of these. Most of these, actually. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to figure out the best way to organize myself to do this. I'm thinking cutting them all first and putting them in color order across the top, and then pulling and making the strips on the design wall. Thinking that would be the best way to go. So let's put these in order then. I'm not certain which ones I thought of which way, but all right. So the first color I have listed here is black. So black's easy. Black. You know what? I should put them in. Yeah, let's do this first. Then gray. And then peach. I don't know why I called it peach, but I did. Set this over here. And then orange. And this one I called natural. I don't have a light on. Hold on just a minute. I swore I turned that light on. There we go. Now I have more light and I can see the colors better. I don't know how much of a difference it really makes for you folks, but for me, it makes a difference. And it is partly cloudy here, according to my clock, which has the weather on it. Okay, so natural, white, plum, and violet. Okay. Those are all the colors. Now, in the order on the quilt, I've got them peach first, so that would be peach. And then plum. And then black. And then white. Orange, oops, natural, violet, and gray. Okay, so let's do this, and then I want to do that. And let's see how they all look in that order. Do the colors look okay? Do they look weird together? Let's see. That's too close. That's too far. There we go. So that's the order they're going to be in. I'm not certain I like those two so close to each other. Let's look at it this way. Well, it's a Halloween quilt, so I think it'll work. And then keep in mind, this is going to be around it. The purples are reasonably far apart, so they're not on top of each other. So this is the order I picked them in before. All I did, but the thing was it was just based on colored pencils. But I think I'm going to stick with it. I'm not crazy about the black and white being right next to each other. I'm trying to decide if I should move. Actually, I am. I'm going to move the white to where the natural. I called it natural, and the white over here. Because this is kind of a lighter version of that, and the gray is the lighter version of the black. I think I like that better. And I wasn't certain about these two colors being together, but I think I'm going to be okay with it. All right, so now we get cutting. If you want to design your own, again, you can make it any size you want. On my graph, I did each square is equal to 2 inches by 2 inches because they're 2 inches wide, and you can see I've only got one square. So I'm going to cut a bunch of pieces that are 4 inches long, 4.5, because they're going to finish to 4 inches. But you can design whatever design you want. You can take the fabrics and decide you want to do, I mean, obviously you can't make them any wider because they're jelly rolls in this case, but you can make them longer, and that would make the quilt longer. You can't, like I said, you can't make them any wider. That's not going to work. But you could put additional pieces because we're going to have fabric left over from the jelly roll. So this could be, you could repeat the pattern and keep going for a while and make it wider and longer. Depending, and the limitations are the fabric that you have. That's pretty much all that you've got your limitations of. All right, let's see then. We will start with the peach, or what I'm calling peach. It's not actually peach. It's actually more of just a light orange, which I guess technically is peach, but I don't know. All right, let's get all these other pieces out of the way. There we go. All right, here we are. We have strips of fabric. We are going to run into the problem where we don't know about grain or anything like that. Let's see if we can look at it, magnify it a little bit with the camera. Woo, that's a bit too much. Nope, not going to focus in enough for us to be able to get a decent look at it. Nope, can't do it. And I would have to pull the camera out and zoom it in or use a magnifying app to determine how wide it is. Okay, so we want, here, hold on. There we go. That's better. So, oh, somebody's calling me and I don't have my watch on. Hold on. Give me just a moment. There we go. Is my watch 100%? All right, my watch is charged to 100%, so I'll put it back on. That way I won't have that problem again. All right, there we go. All right, so where was I at? Peach, or like I said, what I'm calling peach. I know that's not really peach. I do know that. It's just that's the color I picked to call it on the paper, so that's what we're going with. I need 5 4.5-inch pieces and 10 2.5-inch pieces. And this is how long? About 19 inches. 19 divided by 2.5. Okay, so, and I need 5. So let's do this. We're going to start out with 2 strips. And we're going to trim down the edge, and since we have nice smooth edges, I'm measuring, and it is just right about 2.5 inches wide. And I'm just going to trim off the salvages. And then rotate. And 4.5 inches. Okay, there's 4.5 inches. Them off to the side. And I need one more 4.5-inch strip. So I'm not going to cut all of these. Just going to cut one at 4.5 inches. And then I need 10 that are 2.5 inches. That's 3. There's 6. And there's 10. So we have all of the orange, or the peach, the lighter orange that we need. And if you were paying attention to the piece of paper that I had on the intro, you know what? No, you're... Okay, it's just my tablet. Sorry, my tablet is being weird. Because you're seeing this. Let me make sure. Yep. Okay. I had troubles with the restream this morning. Now the tablet's acting up. Just not having much luck with technology today. Not surprising. It happens at least once a week. All right. Oh, and I don't just do live videos. I've got some other stuff that I've got recording and things like that that eventually I will post out there for all the world to see. Just haven't gotten my editing skills down yet. So I use this stuff all the time and still I have problems. Okay. Now, the next color down is what I'm calling plum, which is just this light purple. And I need 20 4.5-inch pieces. And what did I determine? I could get 7. All right, so let's do 3 strips. All right, so here's 3 strips, centered up and evened up, squared up, whatever term we want to use. Got the salvage off. Turn. And 4.5 inches. And squaring up both sides. All right, so that's 6. There's 12. We have 18. And then we shouldn't, oh, we can't get, we only need 2 more. Excellent. And then this is a nice little piece that we will use later on. Oops, there we go. Later on as feeder fabric, starter fabric, whatever term I want to use today. Okay. And we take the fabric, we fold it up, and we set it off to the side. Black's going to be the same way. Until we get to the gray, everything's going to be the same. Oh, I've got violet and gray backwards there. Okay. Yeah, hopefully I'll remember when we get there. We'll see. We'll see how my memory does today. Okay. There we go. Okay. felt like I didn't cut through as many as I did, but it looks like everything's all at the edge, so we're fine. Okay, and 4.5. Making sure I square everything up. 6. 12. 18. Oops. 20. Fold this fabric, move it out of the way, put you over here, and white, but I'm going to use cream instead. 1, 2, 3. Just being weird. All right. So it won't let me edit that box to make it a little smaller, but okay. And this is all 4.5. That's 3.5. Don't cut them too small. Measure twice, cut once. 6. 12. 18. 20. All right, now this is the regular orange. Now let me switch these around while I'm here. And thinking about it. There we go. Alright, so cut off the selvage. Six. 12. 18. Put this hair thing in thinking it would hold my hair back, and It had been, but today it's just being a little fussy. All right. And 2 more to make 20. And our bright white, 3 strips. Oh, and looking at this fabric now, I cannot actually make 2 full quilts of this size out of this one jelly roll. I might be able to if I switch colors up, but I don't think so. It would have to be more of a patchwork because there's only 2 strips remaining and there's not enough of the other 2 that I would have enough to get 18 or 20 strips out of. I think when I wrote that, I was doing the calculations based on like 45 inch. Because a lot of the fabrics I've been using recently have been 45 inch. So that was probably where I was getting that from. Six. 12. 18. 20. All right, get this one out of the way. This is the last one we're going to cut 20 of, yes. Because the gray is going to have some of the 2.5 inch, just like the first orange did. Wrong way. Gotta square it up first. Now, these strips are not cut as well as all the rest of them. They have a little bit of a V in them. All right. Go. Six. 12. 18. 20. All right, and our last color, let's see, I started with 2 last time. Okay, square it up. Four and a half inches. And that's 4. And I need 5. So let's flip these open so I get just one. 4 and a half. That's 3. Six. And 10. All right. So cutting is complete. Well, at least for the time being. Does it work? It worked down there. Just doesn't show up right on the tablet. It's decided it wants to be difficult. We are going to have to cut the border at some point in time. We're not going to worry about that right now. We're just going to wait. So let's see. Probably talked for 5 minutes at the beginning because I know that's normally what I do, anywhere between 5 and 10. And so this took us about 30 minutes to cut. It's a lot faster than some of the other stuff we've been doing. And now I am going to take everything over to the sewing machine, including my picture, because I am now going to sew all these strips together. It's just going to be that easy. Okay, so sewing machine, let's get our fabric. Now the question is, how do I put this in order over here? Let's put that down there. So it's not quite going to be the way we do when we do, I can't remember what they call it now. That thing where we piece everything together, all in squares. Yeah, I can't remember. But it's going to be similar. Okay, over to the sewing machine. I'm bringing my water, and there's that. Chain piecing, that's what it's called. I knew it would come to me eventually. Alright, so first of all, we need to get this stuff off of here because we are not going to be needing our walking foot. We're not quilting right now, we are going to be piecing. Needle. For piecing, I use a universal 70 needle. And this needle was used for quilting, and I think it was used enough, so it'll go in the garbage. I don't need 2 needles, I only need 1. Something's happening outside. What's going on? Nothing. Can't see it. All right. You ruined all my fun by making me not be able to see whatever the noise is out there. All right. Okay. Oops. There we go. All right, so let's think. That's going to need a lot of feeder fabric. Let's see, do I have any? Oh, I do have a bunch of them here. I can use this. So there's no real way to chain piece it, but we are going to do a strip at a time. And that, oh, I don't need my needles down here, they go up there. And that means we're going to be doing each piece individually. So lots of starter fabric needed for this one. And if you've watched me before, you know I use starter fabric. That way all of my stitches are on the entire length of the seam that I'm making. Most of the time when you start sewing, you don't start sewing right at the edge. You start sewing a little bit in, and then you miss some of the pieces getting sewn in. I want all of my pieces sewn together or completely covered. All right, I need to drop my stitch length down to 1.5, and I'm not going to worry about it. This machine is set up to auto knot at the beginning. Now I do want to switch it to be needle down. There we go. And I just haven't taken the time to figure out how to make that stop being the case. What else did I draw in here? I've got a bunch of stuff in here. Okay. Anyway, sorry, sidetracked. So peach, which isn't really peach, but whatever. I need a 4.5 of that. And all of the colors all the way down on this particular strip are going to be 4.5-inch pieces. And I do have these laid down in the order that I want them to be sewn together. That way they're easy to pick up. Didn't quite cut there. And then we do the next color down, which in this case is black. Remember to square it up. What do we do? There we go. Okay. White. I have 2 pieces of fabric here. That's not going to work. This one stops with this purple color. Okay, so let's go over here. And that. Yep. Again, just not working right on the screen, but as long as you all can see me, I'm good with that. I say that and I'm not really. It's driving me crazy. But, all right. Now we need to cut all our extra pieces off. And then all of our tails. So the Amazon truck's here to deliver my popcorn. I found the popcorn I wanted cheapest on Amazon, so I ordered it. And the cats absolutely despise the doorbell. So we'll have to see. About half and half with Amazon when they ring the doorbell or they don't. Because sometimes if they ring the doorbell, we might have a cat come flying up here. Nope, no doorbell. No freaking out the cats. So we have our first strip. And it does not matter which way we iron them because none of the seams are ever going to join. I like quilts like that. You don't have to think about it. Yep, cooled down too much. Get some water. So I got to think about it while that warms up. Let's do this. Yep. So I got to thinking about it while I was stitching that one, trying to decide if there was a way to make the stitching faster. And this one here, this row of this column, is the same as that column, and that one, and that one, and that one. So there's a total of five of those columns. And then this column starts with a half of the little peach and ends with the little gray. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of those, which there are 10 of the little pieces, so that makes sense to me. So I could do all 10 of those at one time. And then this starts with the plum and ends with the full gray. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. So there is a way to do some chain piecing here that will speed up our piecing time. Because as we know, a lot of time gets spent back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So I could do 4 more of these, space them out on the display wall, and then do the next ones and the next ones. And I'm probably going to do that. I say that, and as you are well aware, I hate standing here for like an hour pressing. It drives me crazy. But, oh, we got a big kitty cat. Hey, baby girl. So the idea of stitching everything over there, piecing everything over there, and then having to stand here and iron all of those strips doesn't sound all that appealing either. But it's probably the fastest way to get it done. Hey, big girl. How you doing? Yes, you are on the TV up there. Lay down, baby. Lay down, baby. think it's nappy time. There's a lot of fussing and mussing going on outside today. You comfy, big girl? I know as soon as I get done using this iron, you're going to pop up here on my ironing board. I just know you are. She really likes the ironing board. I don't know why. I mean, I do have a layer of batting in here because it was a very cheap cover and I still haven't made a new one. And I really need to because it's really messed up. But so it does have a layer of batting underneath it. But I don't know. She loves it. What I'm waiting on to make the new ironing board cover is I want to get wool. If you've seen the pressing boards, they're maybe 1/4 inch thick, and they have wool in them, or they're made of wool, or something to that effect. And they now actually sell a full-size piece for your regular ironing board. Sorry, I have a regular one out in the hallway. So for your regular size iron, they sell this stuff that you can cut to size so it matches the size of your ironing board. And I'm hoping that I can buy a piece like that and then get enough left over or sides or something that I can do so that I can put it here. Because what that does is, instead of having to press both sides all the time, the wool underneath heats up just like your iron does. Not as much, but I mean, that's the idea. And then you're able to press, and it gives you your sharp seams in one press, which would be wonderful. And I'm guessing you may have noticed that we lost our friend the kitty cat, which is just as well because I was just getting ready to spray starch on here, and she would not have been happy. She doesn't like it when I use spray stuff. I don't remember if I've sprayed her with water or not. I've done that to other cats in the past. When they've misbehaved, they get sprayed with the spray bottle, which, you know, I have one right here. It's just water. So I could do that. But I don't know if I've done that or not, because I don't think I've ever had a spray bottle downstairs. She was with us in the other house, and I think there might have been a spray bottle involved there. Yes. She just came walking back in and freaked out when she saw me shaking this. You're safe. I'm not going to spray you with starch. You're okay. Just flip now. You going to sleep on that? That doesn't have any comfy stuff on it. I have, they're not Rubbermaid brand, but the same idea, a couple of 4 Rubbermaid containers sitting in front of the window. And they have fleece on top of them because she loves fleece. Callie? Thank you. And so that's normally where she sits, is on those bins. And she's just stepped aside to another bin, which has my thread in it. And that doesn't have any fleece on top of it, so I'm not certain why she's sitting on that, but that seems to be some place to sit right now. There we go. You fell. Did you knock everything over? All right, we have one strip out of the way. $19 more to go. All right, sewing machine. Here we go. Are you there? You are there. Okay. Let's see, so how many seams do we have on the next one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need 7 pieces of fabric to start with. Oh, I already have some cut. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to need more later on anyway, so. Okay. So there's 10 of the next. So the next batch is this one where it starts with a half peach and a half a gray. And there are 10 of those across. So that's the highest number. Let's get that one out of the way. So we start with a 2.5 inch. Well, we start with starter fabric. And then we do a full one. And we're going to repeat, because we're going to do all 10 of these strips at the same time. Now these are not going to stay together like we normally do when we do the chain piecing. These will be cut apart. And I don't know if you remember or not, but we cut 10 of the little pieces of the lighter orange and 10 of the gray. So we're going to use up all of the little pieces in this sewing. That's my watch. Watch wants me to start moving. Sorry, no. I'm in the middle of sewing. this will be my 10th joining. So we're going to move on to the next color now after this one. Back to the beginning. And just like with chain piecing, we've got all this stuff hanging down at the edge. That could potentially pull our fabric out of, not center, but pull it off so that it doesn't sit right, or stitch right. Stitch straight, I should say. Okay, so the next color is the black. And then see how the fabric sort of pulls it, so you want to hold it straight when you're stitching. You want to make sure you're keeping it straight so that it doesn't angle out at any point and cause your stitch width to be wrong. Square everything up. Make sure you're straight. Can be challenging keeping it straight and not getting it twisted at the same time, because these pieces just want to pull you around. So almost did two pieces again. Apparently these pieces like sticking together. Well, they were folded over probably. They probably were part of that same stack when they were together originally. So they've been stuck together for quite a while. Alright. Back to the beginning. Remember at the beginning, you have to be careful you don't get the fabric twisted like that when you're sewing. You want to make sure you keep your fabric straight when you're sewing. Don't let gravity get the best of you. Whew, almost done with this color. All right, on to the next color. So this piece of fabric has got a lot of stray threads hanging off of it. I'm going to cut those off in an attempt to not have it fray any more than it already has. Because as it is, we're going to have to be careful when we stitch that piece, this strip, to the next strip. And being back at the beginning, you know what we have to be careful of: gravity. Because it wants to pull. Keep it straight so that your seam doesn't come out all different directions. I do have to say these strips are not exactly the same as far as the 2.5 inches wide goes. Some colors are slightly different widths than the other colors. So we'll see how that messes us up. What I'm trying to do is balance it out as I'm stitching them on. And it's not a lot. We're talking like barely 1/8 of an inch total, maybe even a 1/16. All right, let's this color. All right, starter fabric. back to the beginning we go, and onto the bright white. There's my gravity again. Always dealing with gravity. Wondering when I'm going to run out of thread. It looks like there's quite a bit on there, so I'm probably not going to run out anytime too soon, but it does look like it's almost gone. I can't quite see the spool's color yet, so I think I've got enough to get through at least a couple more projects. Now that being said, I have more of the special 60 weight thread. I think I actually have it in the off-white and in like a gray. I never use bright white. I shouldn't say that. I very rarely use bright white or black for my piecing thread. I prefer to use the off colors. I think it just looks better if they show through it all. Because when you press your seams, there's the chance that the thread will show through. And if it's too dark or too bright, it's more likely to show through, whereas this is less likely to be seen at all. All right, back to the beginning. So now we got to be really cautious about our gravity issue. And the more pieces you get sewn on, the more the gravity affects you. All right, these two don't want to come apart. There we go. Really like this purple. So what I just had to do there was my thread is getting caught because it's getting low on the spool, starting to get caught in itself, which is bad. So I'm going to have to be cautious or cognizant of that happening, or the potential of that happening, I should say. Alright. Huh. Almost done. Now all we have to do are the 2.5, or the little, as I've been calling them, pieces of gray. And these 10 columns will be complete. Well, they'll be pieced. We still have to cut them and, or trim them and press them. This is it. We're done. Well, with these 10 columns. We still have 9 more to go. We can't piece them here. We're going to have to do those separately. Okay, over to here we go. Can we do this? Does that work? Okay, that puts that there. No, I don't want that. All right, don't want that. That's kind of cool. I like that. Still got the wrong thing on the tablet. I just don't know why. Since I've got it set up this way, I'm going to cut off all my tails first. And no matter whether it doesn't matter if you have a automatic cutter like I have, or if you're pulling it out and cutting it off on the side of the machine or using a pair of scissors, chances are you're going to have tails. And you don't want them to be in the final pieced top. So you want to cut your tails off. Got too many in my hand and I ended up making a mess. All right, there we go. And then we'll turn it around this way. Go. All right. Now, do I want to keep them together and press them, or do I want to cut them apart? I think I want to cut them apart. They're not going to be next to each other in the final quilt anyway. I'm going to stop there and press a little. Y'all know I get bored with doing the same thing over and over again, so. Or if you don't know, I'm telling you. So I'll cut some, press some, cut some, press some. Makes life a little bit more interesting to me. All right, I'm gonna go put water in my cup. Y'all hang on a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. That should have allowed my iron to warm up a little bit. Microphone decided to be fussy while I was out. There we go. I lifted up my arms and it got fussy. Okay. There we go. And press. And just like the last column, I can press this any which way I want because they're not going to match up. This way on that one. Okay. Move this to the side. I like it when the whole strip can fit on my ironing board. That makes me happy. Because then I can hold it just a little bit so that it gets tighter. And all my seams are nice and sharp. So this one I'm going to put right next to this first one because it is going to be right next to it. And you can see now how I said the seams are not going to match up. And you're starting to see the pattern. Can't see it at all yet because you're like, there's two. How can I see a pattern? Yeah. All right, this one. right, so we're almost done with this last one. It's been pressed. Now let's get it starched. All right. Okay, there's this one, and there is going to be another piece in between. So what I'm going to do now is go to the sewing machine and work on the piece that's going to go in between. Yes, I know I have all those to press. I got it. I don't feel like it right now. I'm going to sew some more. So let's go get that piece done. All right, so the third piece is purple to gray. Let's go here. And we start with the purple one. Number 2. Number 3. Nope, that's not right. There we go. Number 3. Number 4. Yep, number 4. And number 5, because there are only 5 of these. That way, this way. do the next color for all of these. All right, next color. Okay, let's see. Strands of fabric showing up on my fingers. All right, so let's see. Okay, now we go to white. I have to say, this fabric does like to stick to each other. Never had so much trouble reaching over and grabbing a piece as I have with this particular fabric. My clock has switched to say that it's going to rain, which, even though it is technically fall, we still have our summer temperatures, so having rain show up in the afternoon would not be surprising. It's getting a little windy outside. That's the only reason I'm noticing it. Two more colors to go. The pretty purple that I like the best. I think this is just such a pretty color. All right, last color. No starter fabric. All right. And this will be the last of the gray because there's only 5 pieces of the gray in this size. last piece for this set. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, I still don't know what I did, but all right. Anyway, it's gonna drive me all crazy until next time, because I'm not gonna be able to fix it at all today. Get rid of my tails. There we go. And now I'm going to cut one of these strips and press it. I must have gone faster this time because it's fairly hot still. Really big fold in there. I'm going to let that warm for a little bit. Wow, 2 school buses all right in a row. Must be elementary. I don't know. It seemed to me they got out really late the first day of school. There were all sorts of messages going around on Facebook trying to figure out where the kids were because they hadn't come home yet. I want to say, well, I guess some of them were like 4:30, 5:30 before they got home. And that was considered very, very late. So I guess 3 doesn't sound bad. Okay. is, because I need this over here. There we go. And press and hold taunt. Don't pull it like, you know, there's no tomorrow. Just taunt so that each of the seams lay flat. Okay, so this one goes in the middle of those two. All right, starting to see the pattern a little bit? Just a little bit? Okay. Let's go back to the sewing machine. Do the, well, no, let's press these. Let's see if I can get through pressing all of these. There's only 4 more. Actually, you know what? Let's leave them together. Let's just do this. And why am I flipping these around a bunch? Well, I'm not pressing towards the white or the cream. I'm pressing towards the colors that are darker. And that's why I'm moving it around a lot. It may seem like I'm bouncing, but I'm not. There's a method to my madness. I would just prefer not to press to the white fabric. Again, does it matter that much in this quilt? No, because we're not joining any seams. My thing is, I don't like the seams to show, and in the lighter fabric, you can see where that seam is. So I'm pressing towards the darker fabric whenever I can. So it is kind of a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth thing. Let's see, there are going to be 2 more pieces before we get to the next one of these. Okay. Let's see if we can fit all 3 of these onto the board at the same time. Excellent. They fit. All right, now you go that way. This is going to be trickier. Trying to slightly tug, without pulling, obviously, at the fabric. All 3 strips at the same time. Yeah, I'm wrinkling the fabric on where I'm holding it. I'm going to have to press each of those pieces individually. Another school bus. Busy place. Okay. Now my little clipper scissors. And purple on the top. Let's see, that's supposed to be 2 inches, so it's going to be about here. And about 2-ish. And that one, and then that one. 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here. Now, it's a good thing I didn't do all 5 of them because I'd be running out of room by now. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here. All right. So the piece we need to go here is one of these. We still have 4 more of those to sew. Then we don't have any more sewing to do, so I'm going to get stuck pressing and I'm going to have no choice at it. But for the time being, let's get those last 4 sewn. So these start with the purple, or with the orange, in the big piece. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Let's get these last 4 columns sewn together, and then we can get everything pressed and start sewing the columns together. Let's see, we're getting there. We're almost out of fabric. Well, two of them stuck together again. Never-ending problem with this fabric. It just loves itself. Last three colors. Oh, we are almost done. I say that like this is the tedious part. I'm sad that this is almost done because the next part is just pressing. A lot of pressing. And our last color on this strip, and on the strips as in general, because this is the last of the strips, the columns anyway. All right, let's get the pattern over here. Get back to that screen. Let's see, you go over there. All right, cut off our tails. And then cut off our starter fabric. Let's see. So I was wrong about the way they're up there correctly. I just don't need this much space between them. Now, let's do 2 at a time, because that I think will work better than the 3 that I did just a while ago. Okay, press to the purple. almost done. I thought that was going to fall off there for a minute. There we go. Now I won't have to worry about it. All right, so let's see here. This has the purple, or the orange on the top. Fourth one, 1, 2, 3, that's fifth one, 5. So this is one of the shorter. Let's see, you go over there. This is one of those, okay. And then after this, there's one with the purple. All right, so that goes next. So let's get the short orange. You go in between here somewhere. Hey, big girl. Let's see. What you doing? You being a pretty baby? Yes, you are, baby. You go, baby. You go, baby. Hi, sweetie. He's loving my legs. Sorry, I'm looking at the monitor and looking at the coloring. I think it's not too bad. I was afraid that the darkness at the bottom would be too much with the gray and the purple, but it's not. Hey, baby. Careful. Don't knock it over. That's a wasp. You don't want to get the wasp. No, you don't want to get the wasp. least you have some entertainment while I'm pressing. I have no idea where she's going to go. She's going to dig through all that fabric and, oh, she's going to take a nap on the fabric. Is it bedtime for Callie? Doesn't matter. As soon as I pull out the starch and start shaking it, she's going to have a temper tantrum, so, and go flying. Hopefully she doesn't knock anything off. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is either, well, we rescued her when she was just under a year old. We did get her from the Humane Society. So it wasn't technically, I guess, a rescue. I don't know what they call it when they, I mean, it was the Humane Society, so anyway. So, and I know she lived in a house that had dogs. Because that was one of the things they said, she had no problem with dogs. But it's possible that they did some spraying of water. See what I mean? I was purposely spraying it that way, so it didn't even go anywhere near her. And still, she went flying. But anyway, so I guess it's possible they used a water bottle on her. And I do vaguely remember, like I said, vaguely remember in our last house. We've been in this one almost 4 years now. Or almost 5. I don't remember. That's why I have it written down, so that if I forget, I can look at the calendar and remember. But anyway, and it's possible that in the other house there might have been a water gun that reached from the living area to the kitchen area. Because she does like to go above refrigerators. She doesn't jump on counters, she doesn't eat off of plates or anything like that, but she does like to get up on top of the refrigerator and take a nap. So I guess it's possible there was a water something involved somewhere along the lines for that. All right, now there's that, and then there's this one. And no. Another one of these little ones. Let's do a couple of these at a time this time. Because 2 of them at a time isn't that bad. It's actually making decent progress and getting it done. Let's see, where are we at? We might be able to get the whole top pieced. I don't think we're going to get the borders on. But, and I'm trying to think, sandwiching, quilting, and binding. I think that took us a couple of hours on the last quilt we made. And this one's going to be pretty standard. Question is, what color fabric do I use for binding? I didn't even think about that. I guess I could use all of these colors and make a multicolored binding. I don't remember if I've done that on video yet or not. That might not be a bad idea. That way I can use all of these colors And because I can't use, well, I could, but I've never done it, and I don't think I would like the way it looks. Sorry, I was thinking about that in my head, forgot to relay all of the words to you. I apologize. I was thinking about the border, which I'm going to make with the striped fabric. And I could use that striped fabric for the binding. Two things there. One, which way would I have the stripes face now? Because I'm already having that dilemma with the binding or with the border. Two, if I have it go, oh, this isn't right. If I have it go to the, if I have it go straight around, that's going to be a lot of fabric to use. But I have plenty of fabric, I think. But I don't think I'd like the way the stripes look as the border. So I very, very highly doubt that I will use that striped fabric as the border. It's a question of now, which fabric do I use? And I guess since these are 4.5 inches, they'll finish to 4 inches wide. I could do maybe 6. So cut them 6.5 inches and then join them. So they don't blend in specifically with this design, but they are consistent with this design. That might not be a bad idea. Because I don't have enough of any one color, obviously, to that being of this particular fabric. But I do have plenty of fabric that's solid black. I don't have any solid orange. I don't have any of this really pretty purple that I'm in love with. But actually doing the multicolored border might not be a bad idea because it would be consistent with the pattern that we're doing. And I also don't know what I'm going to do for the backing. I'm probably going to use black. I've got a ton of black fabric in there that I could use, just a solid black. I have solid white. I have a bunch of that too, which is a bright white, which I could probably get away with because of the bright white in the jelly roll. I know, you're thinking, why don't you have this all decided in advance? Because I like to wing it. And I knew what I wanted to do for the design. I just hadn't gotten far enough along to decide the rest of it. And I have plenty of fabric to use, so it's not like I'm going to run out of anything. Just like I could use the solid bright white or the solid black for the binding. That wouldn't be bad either. But I think with the design itself, I think the multicolored binding might look pretty cool. And since I haven't yet figured out what I'm going to do with this quilt, I'm leaning towards selling, which is what I do with 90% of the stuff I make on here, is just, well, one of these days, if I get the pictures done correctly. I've been having some issues, technical issues. But anyway, most of the stuff that I've been making, I will be selling at some point in time. So that's where I'm obviously leaning to with this, but I'm also debating on donating. Because it's getting to be that time of year when in other parts of the country, not here typically, but in other parts of the country, people are going to start needing blankets a lot more. Don't get me wrong, I know they need them all year round. Ow, that was hot fabric. But when the weather gets cooler, people tend to need them more. Even down here. I think tonight the low is like 78 or something. It's going to get chilly. I say that and that's not right. No, it might be 76. I was looking at it earlier and saw that the highs were in the 80s for the next 3 days instead of the 90s. So you know it's fall when the highs drop down into the 80s. So all I'm doing is making sure that the seams are seated or are going in the right direction, the way I press them before I starch them. Yep, we're down to an hour left. Let's see how far we can get that last hour. This one goes here. All right, and then that does stay there. And now we do another one of these. Right? Yeah. This one. How's that looking on the monitor? There we go. The pattern has been exposed. Up and down and up and down. And I used 8 colors because that's what I had. If you have less colors, and we talked about this when we did the jelly roll the first time around. This happens with all the jelly rolls. If you wanted to, this could be one color. You don't have to have this in 2 colors. This could be one color, this could be one color, that could be one color. You know, it depends on how many fabrics you have and how much detail you want. Like I said, this particular jelly roll had 8 colors. And I thought it had 4 colors. and it turned out it had the black and the gray, the white and the off-white, the orange and the light orange, and the purple and the dark purple. So it had 2 of each color. So originally I was going to do this in 4 colors, which would have made, instead of 4.5-inch strips, I think they would have been 6.5, if I remember correctly. So this would have been a slightly different look, but the same idea. That being said, let me check my microphone. All right, now you can hear me. Lord only knows how long it's been. Don't ask me why I thought to look. I really couldn't tell you. Something in my brain just went, hey, check the batteries. So what I was talking about was the fact that this could be in any number of colors you want. You can make it as long as you want. You can make it as short as you want. Okay. That being said, I need another one of the short ones. Yeah, doing 3 of them together was not fun. 2 of them, I'm okay with. And another school bus. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's lots and lots of houses in our neighborhood. And a lot of them have children in them. Because I think I remember there being 2 for the elementary school. I know the high school doesn't have buses at all for here because we live too close. They did a thing if you can live within 1.5 miles, and I thought the middle school was the same way. Middle school might not be. But I know the high schoolers are all meeting. They meet up at just up the street here. There's not a cul-de-sac, roundabout. And they meet at the roundabout in the morning and bike on over together so that there's power in numbers. We're getting there. And don't forget, after we join these, we have to press all these seams too. Woo! Let's see, so there's 20 columns. So I can do 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 and join them. Pairs of 2. And then those 2 get joined to another set of 2, so that would be 8 and 8. No. 4, 4. There'd be 5 sets of 4. And then 2 side seams, and then 1 down the middle. Here's the thing. You want to try and avoid doing it just all the way down, because then you get to this last seam or last column and you've got all of that all stitched together with this one little itty bitty column, and it's difficult to manipulate. You can do it if you want. There's nothing wrong with doing it that way. It's just more challenging, and to make life easier, I do it in as small sections as I can, and continue to have the sections be equal. That way there's not one pulling from the other, and you don't... I've ended up with seams getting messed up because it goes back to that gravity thing, where the fabric, the bigger parts of the fabric want to pull on the little parts of the fabric, and it just doesn't end up pretty. Ends up giving you a headache is what it ends up doing. So, all right. Now, let's do this. I had that pressed to the dark purple. Dark purple. The wind slowed down, but now it's getting darker. Now, the rain should have started by now if it was going to. And my clock still says it's going to rain. Well, that's going to start getting in the way here in a minute. Garbage truck. Nope, school bus. Stopping right in front of my house. Somebody must have forgotten to get off. No? There it goes. I don't know. All right, there's this. And after that, I need a long orange one. And then that's going to go next. And this is going to go after that. We may need to shift. Let's see here. Well, or I could just add to that side and not have it be exactly the way I drew it up. Because the pieces are all going to be next to each other, so it really doesn't matter. So like, I could do this. And this. Same pattern, just when I drew it on my graph paper, I started with this column as the first column. Now I've got that as the first column. Doesn't matter. I can put it in any order I want. It's my quilt. I can do whatever I want. That being said, I know there are some of you out there that have to follow the directions to the letter, and I understand that. I'm that way with recipes. Drives my husband crazy. Just drives him crazy. Because he's like, well, just throw in something. You don't need to measure everything. And yeah, I do. I have to measure everything. But when it comes to this stuff, I don't. I can just wing it. I don't know what the difference is. I'm trying to decide which way I like it better, whether I like it starting here or I like it starting at the other point. Honestly, I'm almost thinking I like it here. If it ends with a long purple over here, I think I'm going to like it this way better. Because the orange, there's only the small sections of it, of the top orange, not the middle orange, the top orange. And it was on the borders on either side as a full piece. I think I like the fact that it's kind of like a little flower in the middle there, on the top. And this is why I always say in my descriptions, it's live. You never know what's going to happen, because I can change my mind 12 times. Well, and if you look at the bottom, that looks like the little flower. That looks like the little flower, but that's what the orange was looking like on the other side. And I don't know. Since the border's going to have orange and black and white stripes in it, the orange might, but it's a different orange. That's a light orange, and the orange that's on the border is a dark orange. Just don't know. Okay. There's a long one. And now I need another short one. That's going to hang out there. How many short ones do we have left? We have 3 left. I'm going to do all 3 after I do this one. This is a purple on the top. Which needs to go after the short one that's next. I'm trying to figure out how many to fit across. Oops. Come on. There we go. That's not good. Okay. Yeah, one of these seams, they didn't, part of it wanted to go one way, part of it went the other, so I need to make sure that it, there we go. It's all pressed the right way. Otherwise we will get bumps in our quilt, which is bad. And I need a little one there. This will go there. Then I'll have a little one there and a little one there. Which means that the orange portion on this side will not be a flower. Now I have to decide, do I want to make it smaller? Do I want to make it bigger? Or do I care? That I don't know. Well, let's get pressing. Get these last 3 strips pressed. Let's look. Pencil. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48. Okay, so the finished quilt size, as I have it here, is 48 by 36, which according to everything I've read on the internet multiple times, is the smallest size a lap quilt should be. Yeah, I was going for size. I wasn't looking at design. I just don't know. Children riding bicycles back from school. It's awful late for that. I guess if they had practice of some kind. It's fall, so I guess soccer and football. Basketball's in the winter. My high school cross country was in the fall. Track was in the spring, but cross country was in the fall. Wrestling, basketball were winter. track, girls soccer, baseball, or spring. I don't know. Don't have any kids in school, so I don't know what the schedules all are. Oh, volleyball. Volleyball's in the winter. It seemed to me one of the ladies that lives in the neighborhood posted about her daughter's volleyball team. I don't know. I also don't understand why the children are riding their bikes on the sidewalk. Their parents should teach them that they are a moving vehicle, therefore they should be driving on the road. Okay. Girl just rode by on her bike with her mask hanging around her chin and going very slow, and what she was wearing she would not have been wearing to any kind of practice or changed out of from any kind of practice that I could tell. I mean, I guess dance team. She didn't look like a dance team type, but I guess she could be. All right, more children, so obviously one of the schools just got out. Maybe the high school goes later in the day. 90% certain they said they met at 8:30. Well, that would have been 7 hours ago. If they meet there, that gives them time to get over there, get stuff. Yeah, that I guess that could make sense. They go to school 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's 7 hours. I don't remember. I thought school was only 6 hours. Well, and thinking of school, my grandkids, 2 older ones who are in school, get to have a staycation for the next 10 days because the littlest one, who's not quite 2, had a fever almost all weekend long, got up into the almost 104 at one point, went to the emergency room, or urgent care, and tested her. She didn't have COVID. She was fine. She's still sick, but she didn't have COVID, so that was good. But of course, because these places get money for every test they give, they say, well, everybody in the family must be tested now. So all 5 of them, so the other 4 get tested. And, oh, thinking of that, happy birthday, Courtney, if you're watching. Because for her birthday, she found out, because today's her birthday, they went yesterday. So starting today, the bigger kids are on quarantine because they had COVID. My daughter-in-law, my son, they didn't have COVID. They were fine. Well, they've both been vaccinated, but needless to say, they were fine. The littlest one, who was sick and fevers, chills, didn't want to eat, wasn't really sleeping well, so on and so forth, she didn't have the COVID. She was fine. But the bigger ones who go to school are now not going to school for the next 10 days because they have to stay home due to quarantine. And of course, it starts today on her birthday when she was going to be able to relax with just her and the baby. Well, maybe not, because my son has been working really long hours getting all of the refugees from Afghanistan situated at the different bases around the country. And so I know he's going to be working from home for a while, so she might have been stuck with him anyway. Because the little one, well, she's sick, so naturally she's going to have to deal with her being sick, too, on her birthday, which is sad. But, hey, At least now everybody's going to be home and it can just be a party. All right, let's look here. Here we go. Everything's up. Let's put the hot stuff over here out of the way so that I can look. Well, camera's not exactly in the way. It's a little in the way. It's not going to hurt anything. It's down far enough. All right. So actually, it does look like a little flower on the end. The gray on the bottom doesn't have any real format to it. And there's nothing I can do about this now because we're well beyond the point of being able to do anything about it. But I don't know if I'm too crazy about the fact that these two colors are so close to each other. I mean, it kind of makes the orange stand out. And I am going to use a variegated orange and black thread for my quilting. One of the things I did plan. I found it the other day when I was doing a different quilt, and I went, ooh, I can use that somewhere along the lines. Because I think my quilting is just going to be from the center point to the center, and I'm going to do a zigzag all the way along. Potentially in all of the rows. Can't validate that, verify that yet, because I'm not 100% certain. What time are we at? Oh, 20 minutes. All right. Let's see if we can get started getting some of these strips joined together. Sewing machine. Yes. So for some reason, one is longer than the other. We're going to have to see how consistent this is across all of the pieces, because I'm not certain why. Doesn't make any sense to me why one strip would be longer than the other strip. And I'm seeing it in a couple spots where there might, I guess I just figured they were up on the wall differently. But this is a whole, here. That's 1/4 of an inch longer. So, I don't know. I don't know why, but it is. And we'll see if that's consistent or if we just have a problem with these two pieces. Corners wanted to curl. Gotta stop that. Nip it in the bud before they start curling everywhere. Okay, there's two. Now, of course, these are the two that I added over here, because this was officially the first row or first column. If I put them over here, does it really make any difference? Let's look. Actually, think I like the pattern better that way. It's a mirror image on either side. So the piece in the middle, there's a piece that's perfectly in center, because there should be 19, so 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's symmetrical now. It's going to end up being 2 inches narrower. So instead of being 48 inches, it'll be 46 inches. I could add a bigger border. Could add a couple inch, well, an inch to each of the borders. So that would get it to the 48 by 36. I think I like this idea. I like the symmetry of it. Because I love symmetry. I'm all about symmetry. Now the catch is there's going to be one piece that's not, I can't do 2s and 2s, but we can worry about that in a minute. All right, let's do this one now. We got another 1/4 of an inch here. So the gray sticks out 1/4 of an inch above. So not certain what's going on there. Not certain what I did, but apparently something has caused these pieces to be of different sizes. And it's the one that's going next to the one that's already 1/4 of an inch too large. So we're going to have to square the whole quilt up when we're done, obviously. I mean, technically you should do that anyway. I don't normally do it. So I've been thinking about this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do 2, 2, 2, and 2. So that's 8. and then do 3, and then do 2, 2, 2, 2. So that I get 8 on either side, or 4 sets of 2 on either side of a set of 3. I'm wondering, no, those are, yeah, no, they are. No, that's a long one. I was going to say maybe I cut this 2.5-inch gray squares to the wrong size. Because I'm looking, and it looks like the seams are halfway through the blocks, the way they're supposed to be, all the way down. All right, let's look at this. I have 5 minutes left. There. There's a little ruler. It's the tiniest one I have. Let's bring you all over here. Let's look. Okay, so here, there we go. From there to there is 2¼ inches. And you can't see that. Can I aim you down anymore? So you're kind of over the top without falling over. There we go. Okay. So the little piece is 2¼ Now you'll notice there's a little gap between the purple and the orange because this seam is not straight. I did not sew a straight seam. Or I guess this seam isn't straight, but that doesn't matter. Now, if I go from there to the purple, it is 2 7/8. And it should be 2¼ Let's think. This piece should end up being 4 inches. No, should end up being, yeah, 4 inches. 3, 4, right. Sorry, move this over. The long piece, once it's been sewn on with seams on either side, should be 4 inches, which this is just about 4 inches. And this thing in the middle should be on the 2, and it's just shy of the 2. So we go here, 4 inches. That's just shy of the 2. It's not quite at an 1 7/8. It's like between, it's like a 1/16 of an inch off. And then this one, well, the white isn't quite 4 inches. And again, same situation, just a 1/16 of an inch off. But all of these 1/16ths added together, that's almost a full 1/8 inch off. And as we go down, it gets worse and worse until we get to the very end. And this is going to be 3 1/4 inches because we haven't sewn this edge in yet. But that is a full 1/4 of an inch too long. So I've mentioned on different shows as we've gone along that that's a small 1/16 of an inch can cause a big problem. Because when it gets multiplied along the way, it can total a 1/4 of an inch. So we're going to just wing it and see how if we can make that all come out in the end. I think we'll be fine. We'll square it all up. But next part, we will finish piecing the top together and get everything all pieced together. Do our mitered corner border, and then try and sandwich, quilt, and bind our quilt and get it all finished and ready to go. You have a wonderful rest of the day, and I will see you later. I am Carol Crafty Grandma. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, and if you haven't already, subscribe and get reminders.